Tonight is for the one who kept going after the room had already gone quiet. It is for the one who washed the last dish with aching hands, answered one more message with tired eyes, folded one more shirt, checked one more lock, remembered one more unfinished thing, and then stood in the dimness as if some invisible judge might still ask for proof that the day had been used well enough. Some people grow tired because life is busy. Some grow tired because sorrow has been heavy. And some grow tired in a way that goes deeper than both. They are tired because somewhere along the road, without meaning to, they began to believe that rest must be purchased, not with money, but with effort, not with kindness, but with usefulness, not with simple human need, but with long endurance. So they learn strange habits of the spirit. They wait until everything is done, though everything is never done. They promise themselves they will stop after one more task, then one more after that. They keep themselves upright with duty. They offer their strength to everyone around them, then treat their own softness as a reward they have not quite earned. Even when night comes, they do not know how to set their burdens down. Their body lies still, but their mind remains standing in the doorway, holding a basket, holding a ledger, holding a memory, holding a face, holding a sentence they did not say right, holding the fear that if they soften too soon, something important will fall apart. If that is the road you have been walking, then tonight I will not argue with you. I will not lecture you. I will not ask you to become a different person by morning. Instead, I will sit beside the feeling itself. We will move slowly through a handful of old scenes, a kitchen after midnight, a road near a mill, a guest room no one uses now, a book damp with rain, an orchard fence silvered by dawn, a ferry crate smelling faintly of rope and river water, a hospital bench under a weak light, temple eaves holding the last rain of evening. In each place, someone carries the same hidden ache in a different shape. Each one has learned to live as if stopping must be deserved. Each one has mistaken exhaustion for faithfulness. Each one has continued a little past the place where gentleness was needed. And because these are night stories, they will not hurry toward a bright conclusion. They will move as real tired hearts move, slowly, with pauses, with detours, with the soft sound of memory returning from far away. If you like, you can let the stories do less work than you expect. You do not have to understand every line. You do not have to remember every name. You do not have to hold yourself together in a special way while listening. Just stay near the sound of the words. Let them pass over you like lantern light, moving across a wooden floor. Somewhere inside these stories is a quieter thought, one that does not shove, one that does not demand belief. It only waits. That thought is this: a living being grows tired. A heart grows tired. Hands grow tired. Even the people others depend on grow tired. And perhaps rest is not a prize given at the end of perfect usefulness. Perhaps it is something simpler than that, something older, something the earth gives freely to trees, to animals, to the dark water under bridges, to the moon when clouds cover it. Tonight we begin there, with a small kitchen light and a woman who does not know why she cannot turn it off. Story 1: Anna and the Kitchen Light. Anna lived in a narrow house with white siding that had begun to peel near the back steps. In daylight, the house looked ordinary, the kind of place no one would remember after passing it. But at night, especially in winter, it seemed to shrink around its own silence. The pipes made small sounds in the walls. The refrigerator hummed like a tired insect. The clock above the stove clicked with a firmness that felt almost personal. By 10 o'clock, the neighborhood usually settled into dark squares and quiet roofs. But in Anna's kitchen, one light still burned above the sink. Not bright, only yellow and patient, making the counter shine in a dull ribbon. It lit the dish soap bottle, the chipped blue bowl she had meant to throw away, the damp towel folded over the oven handle, and the thin steam that sometimes still rose from a cup of tea, gone almost cold. She told herself she kept the light on because she was not finished. There was always some small reason. A pan still drying, lunch to pack for the morning, bread to wrap, a note to leave, bills to stack by the fruit bowl, a stain on the stove she had only half cleaned. If the kitchen light was still on, then she was still useful. If she was still useful, then perhaps she was allowed to exist in peace a little longer. She would never have said it that way out loud. If anyone had asked, she would have laughed softly and said she was only tidying up. She had always been good at making her burdens sound practical. She knew how to turn old hunger into a list of chores. Anna had learned early that the easiest way to receive warmth was to be needed. As a child, she could feel weather in a room before anyone spoke. She knew when her mother's face was too tight, when her father's footsteps meant the day had gone badly, when her younger brother was about to start crying from hunger, even before he understood that was what he felt. So she became quick. She learned to clear plates, to sweep crumbs, to find missing shoes, to remember birthdays, to quiet herself when adults needed peace, to anticipate the thing that would ease the strain before it was asked of her. No one had stood before her and said, "Earn your rest." It happened in smaller ways. Praise came when she helped. Relief came when she solved. Kindness arrived more easily when she asked for little. She came to trust the mood of a room more than the needs of her own body. By the time she was grown, usefulness felt less like a choice than like the shape of her bones. That winter she was 46 and more tired than she admitted even to herself. Her daughter had moved 3 states away for work. Her mother, who no longer climbed stairs easily, now called every evening to ask small questions that were not really questions. Where had Anna put the extra blankets? Did milk last if it smelled fine? Was there a doctor appointment on Thursday or Friday? Sometimes her mother repeated the same thing twice, sometimes 4 times. Anna answered gently each time, though after the calls she would stand staring at the sink as if her own thoughts had become too far away to reach. She worked at the public library, where people returned books late and apologized with guilty smiles, or did not apologize at all. She liked the order of shelves, the clean certainty of labels, the quiet shuffle of pages. But lately even the library felt full of tiny demands. A school project, a broken printer, a lost maid, a woman who cried softly while asking for tax forms, a man who wanted help writing an email to his son after 7 years of silence. Anna gave what she could and carried the rest home in a silence so habitual she barely noticed it. One Wednesday night, sleet tapped the windows in a hard, cold rhythm. Anna had finished washing the last plate. Her hands were red from hot water. She dried the plate, slid it into the cabinet, and should have gone upstairs. Instead, she wiped the already clean counter. Then she straightened the wooden spoon jar. Then she folded the towel again, more neatly. Then she opened the refrigerator and stared at nothing in particular. The kitchen was warm, but her shoulders were raised against some old weather. She closed the refrigerator slowly. In the back window, her reflection hovered over the glass. It looked thinner than she felt inside. Her hair, half clipped up, had begun to fall loose near her neck. Her face carried the strained blankness of someone who had been alert for too long. She looked at herself and thought, just 5 more minutes. The thought was so familiar, it might as well have been stitched into the room. 5 more minutes meant the counters again, the floor under the table, the receipts in her purse, the tea mug, the latch on the back door, the lunch apple that needed washing. 5 more minutes meant she did not yet have to meet the upstairs darkness where no task would protect her from feeling tired. There are people who fear rest because rest leaves them alone with grief. There are people who fear rest because rest feels empty. Anna feared rest because it felt undeserved. Upstairs, on the small landing, a framed photograph hung crooked. It showed Anna at 12, wearing a church dress and holding her brother's hand. She remembered that day mostly through effort. She had helped pin napkins, sliced cake in the fellowship hall, carried folding chairs with both arms around them. She remembered adults saying, "What would we do without you?" She had glowed with the rough, hungry joy of a child receiving her shape from usefulness. That same tone followed her through years. At school, she was dependable. At work, she was reliable. In family life, she was the one who remembered. She became the extra pair of hands, the calm voice on the phone, The person who stayed after everyone else had left to wipe the last table, put away the last cup, turn off the last light. Only now she never turned off the last light. A few houses down lived an older neighbor named Mrs. Bell, who sometimes baked plain oat biscuits and left them wrapped in wax paper at Anna's back door. Mrs. Bell was not intimate in the way some neighbors try to be. She did not press. She simply noticed things in her quiet way. One evening, while both women were taking trash bins to the curb, Mrs. Bell said, "Your kitchen light is a faithful little moon." Anna smiled. "I suppose I keep late hours." Mrs. Bell adjusted her scarf. "Or perhaps the light keeps you." It was a strange thing to say and not unkind. Anna laughed softly, but the sentence stayed with her. "Or perhaps the light keeps you." A week later, her daughter called while Anna was wrapping sandwiches for the next day. "Mom," her daughter said, "what are you doing?" "Nothing much, getting a few things ready." "In the middle of the night?" Anna looked at the microwave clock. 11:38. "It isn't the middle of the night." "It kind of is." Her daughter paused. "Do you ever just stop?" Anna almost answered quickly, with something light, something dismissive. But the question landed strangely. It did not accuse. It did not pity. It sounded more like wonder or perhaps grief. "Of course," Anna said at last. Yet after the call ended, she could not remember the last evening she had simply stopped while something still remained undone. That memory would not come. Then one Sunday afternoon, her mother fell in the hallway. Nothing broke, but the fright of it shook both of them. Anna spent hours there, bringing ice, adjusting pillows, heating soup, checking drawers for old insurance papers, finding slippers, listening to the same apology repeated until it lost meaning. "I hate being trouble," her mother whispered. "You're not trouble," Anna said. She meant it. She spoke with her whole heart. Later, driving home under a sky the color of wet wool, Anna realized she had never once offered herself the same mercy. Not when she was tired, not when she needed help, not when she forgot things or cried in the pantry once 3 years before from sheer overload, or sat in her parked car after work too worn out to turn the key. "You are not trouble," she had told her mother. The words moved through her like warm water, finding an old crack. That night the kitchen light burned again. She rinsed rice in a sieve. She wrote a reminder for a pharmacy refill. She moved the sugar jar for no reason. Then she rested both hands on the edge of the sink and suddenly felt how sore they were. Not dramatic soreness, not injury, just the steady ache of hands that had done hundreds of small things without complaint. Outside, sleet had turned to snow. The yard held a faint silver wash. The bare branches of the lilac bush made thin shadows against the fence. Anna could not explain why, but she opened the back door and stepped onto the porch in her socks. The boards were cold at once. The air smelled like iron and clean stone. Snow touched her hair and did not stay. The neighborhood was hushed in that deep winter way, as if even the roads had accepted that no one needed anything for the moment. She stood there with one hand on the screen door frame, and for the first time in many months, she had no object in her hands. Nothing to carry, nothing to wipe, nothing to remember, nothing to set right. The emptiness of it frightened her for a breath. Then, beneath the fear, something else flickered. Not peace, not yet, just the smallest sense that the world was not asking for proof. The snow did not fall more generously on hard-working roofs. The night did not offer silence only to the deserving. The dark rested on all things alike, on the trash bins, on the fence posts, on the neighbor's cracked bird bath, on the unloved weeds by the shed, on Anna standing sock-footed and uncertain beneath the porch light. When she went back inside, she did not suddenly become free. People rarely change that way. Instead, she moved through the old motions more slowly. She turned off the overhead light and left only the lamp near the table. The room softened at once. She sat down, which felt almost suspicious. At the table lay an envelope she had been meaning to open. Inside was a card from her daughter, sent for no occasion except love. On the front was a watercolor of a small blue house at dusk. Inside, in slightly slanted handwriting, were only a few lines. You always made home feel like a place where people could exhale. I hope you have that too. I don't know if anyone says it enough, but you don't have to keep doing things for people to love you. Anna read the lines once, then again. Something in her face loosened. She thought of how many evenings she had offered comfort outward while withholding it inward, how many years she had mistaken ceaseless motion for care, how often she had stood at this same sink, bargaining with tiredness, as if tiredness were a moral failure to overcome. The kettle on the stove clicked softly as it cooled. At last Anna rose, rinsed her cup, and set it in the rack without drying it. Water beaded on the rim. She left it there. Then she looked around the kitchen with the old instinct, searching for one more thing. The sugar jar was slightly off-center. The towel was not perfectly folded. Crumbs remained near the toaster. The floor under the chair needed sweeping. Everything in her wanted to earn her way upstairs. Instead, she put her fingers on the light switch. She did not say anything grand. No vow, no lesson. Only a quiet sentence, half thought, half prayer. Enough for tonight. The yellow light went out. In the sudden dark, the window reflected only a faint outline of the room. Anna stood still, listening to the refrigerator hum, the clock tick, the wind touch the siding. None of it accused her, none of it pleaded. Upstairs, she brushed her teeth in the dim bathroom and noticed how tired her eyes looked, but also how human, not weak, not failing, only human. When she lay down, sleep did not come at once. Her mind still wandered through cupboards and phone calls and lists. Yet something had changed in the texture of the night. The kitchen remained below, unfinished in small ways, and the house did not collapse. Morning would come whether she had polished every surface or not. That thought was not dazzling. It was small, modest, almost plain. But small truths are often the only kind a tired heart can trust. In the days that followed, Anna did not become careless. She still packed lunches, called her mother, returned books to their proper shelf, wiped counters, paid bills, answered questions kindly. Yet now and then, when the old compulsion tightened around her chest, she would picture snow resting without discrimination on roof and road, bin and bush, useful things and useless things alike. Once, when her mother apologized again for needing help, Anna heard herself say, "Being tired doesn't mean we've done something wrong." The sentence surprised them both. Her mother leaned back against the cushion and closed her eyes. "No," she said after a while. "Maybe it doesn't." One night in early spring, Mrs. Bell stopped by with biscuits and found Anna sitting at the kitchen table in near darkness, a single lamp on, her hands empty. "Well," Mrs. Bell said gently, "the moon has changed position." Anna smiled, and this time there was less strain in it. "I'm practicing." Mrs. Bell nodded as if practice were a sacred and ordinary thing. After she left, Anna sat a little longer and let the room be slightly untidy around her. The spoon jar was crooked, a grocery list waited unfinished. In the sink, 2 plates leaned against each other like quiet companions. She understood with the slow honesty that arrives late in life that she had confused earning with belonging. She had believed rest was something granted after she proved herself harmlessly indispensable. But the body did not speak that language. The body asked for warmth, stillness, sleep, pause. The heart asked for the same. In old Buddhist stories, people sometimes search far from home for what has been with them from the beginning. Anna had not gone anywhere. She had only stood on her own porch in the snow, long enough to feel that the night did not love her for her labor. It simply covered her. And sometimes that is where healing begins, not in a loud revelation, but in the turning off of one small kitchen light.
Story 2. Thomas at the Mill Road. Long before dawn, when the town was only a scatter of sleeping windows and the crows had not yet begun their dry, harsh calling, Thomas walked the mill road with his lunch tin in one hand and his shoulders set against the cold. The road ran beside a narrow river that moved even in winter, black and steady under a skin of mist. Poplar trees lined the bank in a loose row, their trunks pale as old bone. In wet weather, the ruts filled with brown water. In dry weather, a thin dust rose from cartwheels and clung to boots and cuffs. Thomas had walked that road so many times that some mornings it seemed his feet knew the way better than the rest of him did. He was a big man once. Not huge, but broad enough that his shirts pulled across the back, and his hands could lift a grain sack as if it were a child. Now, at 58, he was still strong, though the strength had changed its flavor. It no longer felt abundant. It felt spent from an old savings account he kept drawing from. At the mill, he checked belts, hauled bundles, swept chaff, kept count of deliveries, patched whatever jammed, cracked, slipped, swelled, or split. The younger men said he knew the place better than the owner. Thomas said little in reply. He had never trusted talk that sounded like praise, perhaps because praise had usually been followed by more work. As a boy, he grew up on a farm where weather decided almost everything. Rain came too hard, or not at all. Calves arrived at the wrong hour. Fence posts leaned after thaw. Hay needed cutting before clouds changed their mind. Rest on that farm was not forbidden, but it was always provisional. You ate because there was more to do afterward. You slept because dawn would require you again. His father was not cruel in the dramatic ways people tell stories about. He did not shout every day. He did not strike without cause. But he carried an iron belief that comfort softened a person into worthlessness. If Thomas sat too long after supper, his father would say, "You saving your strength for someone else's fields?" If he winced while lifting, his father would ask, "Want the weather to wait for you?" The sentences entered Thomas early and settled where marrow settles. By 16, he had stopped showing fatigue in front of anyone. By 30, he no longer knew when he was tired until his temper frayed. By 58, he had built a life from endurance so complete that it almost passed for character. He lived alone in 2 rooms above the hardware store. His wife, Nora, had died 9 winters earlier after a long illness that thinned the house into whispers and medicine bottles. They had no children. After she was gone, Thomas returned to work too quickly because he did not know what else to do with his arms. Grief to him was just another weight to carry upright. Yet sometimes on the mill road, before the day's noise began, he felt her absence most clearly, not as a dramatic wound, but as a missing witness. Nora had been the only person who could look at him after a hard day and say, "Sit down, Tom," in a tone that made sitting down feel lawful. Without her, the old law returned. Keep going. Do not make a show of weakness. Finish what you started. The winter that concerns us was colder than usual. Frost gathered thick on the mill's small windows, and the river's edges crusted white for weeks. Thomas's left knee had begun to trouble him by then. Not enough to keep him home, not enough to warrant a doctor in his own opinion, but enough that each step downhill sent a small, hot thread of pain through the joint. He ignored it.
Ignoring pain was one of his oldest skills. He could ignore thirst, back strain, loneliness, hunger delayed past noon, and the deep, tired fog that came after several nights of poor sleep. What he could not ignore was unfinished work. Unfinished work took on a kind of moral shape in his mind. It made him restless, almost ashamed. One Thursday, a pulley belt snapped near midday, and grain backed up through the chute in a rough golden spill. The owner panicked. The younger men cursed. Thomas climbed the ladder before anyone asked, though the rung bit through his boot and his knee complained sharply. He braced himself, reached, hauled, steadied, tied off the replacement. By the time the machine turned properly again, sweat ran down his ribs despite the cold. "You all right?" one of the younger men asked. Thomas waved him off. What he meant was, there is no room for that question. That evening, the mill road was muddy from a day of partial thaw. Thomas walked more slowly than usual. A wagon had passed not long before, leaving deep grooves full of brown water that reflected the fading sky. At the bend near the poplars stood a small stone shrine, no higher than a man's chest, half hidden by reeds and winter grass. It had been there longer than Thomas could remember. Some said a traveler had placed it decades ago after surviving an overturned cart. Others said it marked nothing at all, just someone's private devotion to peace on the road. Thomas rarely looked at it. But that evening, because his knee burned and the sky was pale, with the last cold light, he stopped beside it. The stone was damp. A small bowl sat within the niche, holding rainwater, 2 brown leaves, and a single white feather. He stood there longer than necessary, breathing hard through his nose. Rest felt foolish in public, even when no one was watching. At last he walked on. The next morning he rose before the alarm and discovered he could barely straighten his leg. He sat on the side of the bed, jaw set, waiting for the stiffness to ease. Outside, wind scraped something loose against the gutter. He should have stayed home. A wiser man might have. Thomas dressed instead, moving with short, careful motions, and made his way to work, leaning a little on the rail at each stair landing. That day passed in a haze of effort. By late afternoon, his knee was swollen. The owner said, "Take tomorrow." Thomas answered, "We're short already." The owner shrugged in the relieved manner of people who quickly accept the sacrifices they hope someone else will volunteer. On the walk home, sleet began. It came sideways, needling his face, turning the road slick. Near the bend by the shrine, Thomas's bad foot slipped in the mud. He did not fall completely, but twisted hard enough that a bright flash shot up his leg and the lunch tin flew from his hand, striking the stones with a sharp, metallic clatter. He swore, then stood frozen, one hand against the shrine, breathing through the pain. The road was empty. The river moved under mist. Sleet ticked against his coat collar. And there, in that bleak, ordinary hour, Thomas felt something he had spent a lifetime outrunning. Not just pain, helplessness. His first thought was anger, childish and immediate. At the weather, at his knee, at age, at the owner, at the uselessness of a body that had served without complaint and now dared to speak. Beneath the anger came something quieter and worse. If I cannot carry, who am I? He had never asked himself that question so plainly. All his life, worth had been tied to function as tightly as rope around a crate. He had been the one who lifted, repaired, endured, showed up. Even his grief had been measured by how steadily he returned to work. Without usefulness, he feared he would become thin air, an inconvenience, a man others stepped around. He leaned harder on the shrine wall until the cold seeped through his sleeve. Then a curious thing happened. Because the road was empty and the sleet relentless, and because pain had stripped him of the energy needed to pretend, he let himself lower onto the stone ledge at the base of the shrine. He sat. Not elegantly, not with peace. He sat like a man cornered by his own body. His knee throbbed. His lunch tin lay dented in the mud. Water soaked into the cuff of one trouser leg. The river smelled of wet bark and earth. He expected shame to flood him. Some did. But there was also something else almost hidden under the sleet. The road continued without his permission. A crow flew low across the river and vanished into the trees. Mist lifted from the water in a gray ribbon. The shrine stone, worn by years of weather, held steady against his back. Thomas watched a drop gather at the roof edge above the niche, tremble, and fall into the bowl with the white feather. Nothing in the scene required him to prove his value before he could sit there. He did not become enlightened on the mill road. He did not smile at the sky. Mostly he felt miserable and old. Yet he also noticed, perhaps for the first time in a language deeper than thought, that the world contained resting places not built as rewards. In Buddhist monasteries, travelers were often given water before questions, shade before explanation, a mat before philosophy. The body was not always treated as a suspect creature that must justify its weariness. Thomas did not know that teaching in formal words. What he knew was the cold stone under him and the strange, almost painful kindness of being allowed to stop because stopping was necessary. After a while, a cart approached from the far bend. It belonged to Mrs. Harper, who sold eggs in town and had a red scarf she wore in all seasons. She pulled the horse short when she saw him. "Tom," he began to rise at once. "Sit," she said. "You look half broken." "I'm fine," She snorted gently. "You're 40 years past fine." Under any other circumstances, Thomas might have bristled, but the pain had worn down his defenses. Mrs. Harper climbed down with surprising agility and picked up the lunch tin. "What happened?" "Twisted it. That knee that's been bothering you?" He stared at her. "How'd you know?" "Because men limp before they admit they limp." She looked at him for a moment, not with pity, but with an old practical compassion. "Can you get in the cart?" He nearly said no. The refusal rose automatically, a habit of dignity and fear. Then he imagined the stairs to his room, the long walk still left, the dark supper alone. He imagined saying no, not because it was wise, but because accepting help felt too close to becoming a burden. He closed his eyes once, opened them. "Yes," he said. It was one of the hardest words he had spoken in years. Mrs. Harper helped him up with the brisk tenderness of someone who had seen too much needless pride. The cart smelled of straw and cold wood. He sat stiffly beside the egg baskets while the horse started forward. For a long time, neither spoke. Then Mrs. Harper said, "When my husband was sick, he used to apologize every time he had to lie down. Drove me near mad." Thomas stared ahead. She flicked the reins lightly. "I told him the apple trees don't ask permission from us before wintering. They don't keep fruit hanging just to look honorable." Thomas gave a dry breath that might have been half laugh. Mrs. Harper glanced at him. "Men like you think stopping means failing. Sometimes stopping is the only honest thing the body has left." He did not answer, but the sentence entered him the way a warm drink enters an empty stomach, almost painfully. That night he sat on the edge of his bed with his knee bandaged in an awkward wrap the town doctor had applied after scolding him for waiting too long. Rain tapped the window. The room smelled faintly of liniment and damp wool. He looked at his hands resting on his thighs. They appeared older than he had noticed. The knuckles thickened, the skin dry and lined with pale cuts. He remembered Nora once taking those same hands in hers and saying, "You work as if the world will stop loving you if you do not keep it running." At the time, he had brushed the sentence aside. Now, alone in the rain-muted room, he felt its truth. For 3 days, he stayed home from the mill. The first day was almost unbearable. He rose too early, paced, sat, stood, cleaned what did not need cleaning, and kept reaching for tasks that hurt his knee. To rest without necessity being visibly productive felt like standing naked in public. The second day he stood at the window and watched rain gather in the gutters. Children in boots jumped over puddles on their way to school. A dog shook itself beneath the awning of the butcher shop. Across the street, the hardware owner swept water toward the curb in long, pointless strokes. Thomas saw, perhaps with a tired clarity, age finally granted him that the world contained endless unfinishedness. Wet streets dried and got wet again. Tools rusted, boots split, roofs leaked, grain spoiled. People grew old, grew sick, died. No amount of personal endurance had ever been enough to fix the fact of impermanence. Yet for decades he had tried to bargain with impermanence by making himself indispensable. If I work hard enough, maybe loss will spare me. If I carry enough, maybe weakness will pass me by. If I keep moving, maybe emptiness will not find me. But loss had come, weakness had come, emptiness had come, and still he was here. On the third day, Mrs. Harper brought soup in a jar and left it on the stair landing. Thomas opened the door before she could go. "You didn't have to," he said. "No," she answered, "and you didn't have to walk home on a bad knee either, but here we are." He almost smiled. She tilted her head. "How are you managing the terrible burden of sitting still?" "Poorly." "Good. Means you're learning." After she left, Thomas ate the soup by the window. It was thick with barley and carrot and a little too much pepper. He found it unexpectedly good. Rain had stopped, and a pale wash of evening rested over the street. In the bowl's warmth, in the quiet room, in the knowledge that he had done nothing to deserve this kindness except be injured and mortal, something eased. Not pride exactly, more like the grip of pride loosening around a deeper fear. Weeks later, when he returned to the mill road at a slower pace with a cane the doctor insisted on, he stopped again by the stone shrine. The bowl in its niche now held clear water, 2 green shoots, and no feather. He stood listening to the river. Then, with deliberate awkwardness, he set his lunch tin down and rested both hands on the cane. He was still a working man, still dutiful, still more inclined to labor than ease. The old beliefs had not vanished, but now he carried one more truth beside them. The body is not a machine for proving moral worth. It is a passing shelter, like a roadside shrine weathered by rain. When it asks for rest, it is not betraying us. It is telling the truth. Thomas stood there until a wind moved through the poplars with the dry whisper of paper. Then he picked up his lunch tin and continued toward the mill, not healed into some grand softness, but less at war with the simple fact that even strong things must sometimes lean. Story 3: Grace and the Guest Room Door. Grace kept the guest room closed. This was not because anyone might arrive. No one had stayed there in years. The room sat at the end of the upstairs hall beneath a slanted ceiling, its curtains drawn against afternoon glare, the air faintly smelling of cedar and old linen. A quilt lay folded at the foot of the bed in a precise square. On the dresser sat a bowl of smooth stones collected from a lake trip long ago. Dust softened everything evenly,
as if the room had withdrawn from time without complaint. Grace vacuumed it once a week anyway. She opened the windows in spring and changed the sheets each month, though no one slept there. She straightened the books on the nightstand, emptied the already empty wastebasket, polished the brass lamp, and checked that the small bottle of lavender lotion in the drawer had not dried up. The room was always ready for a visitor who did not come. Downstairs, her own bed was rarely turned back before midnight. Grace was 52, a nurse by training, though she no longer worked in the hospital. After her husband died of a sudden stroke, she moved into private caregiving because the hospital corridors had become too full of echoes. She spent her days in other people's houses, measuring pills, lifting shoulders, coaxing soup, changing sheets, listening to stories repeated by the lonely and the ill. She had a face that invited trust. Her voice seemed always to arrive at just the right softness. Family said she was a blessing. Patients asked for her by name. At home, she lived alone except for a tabby cat, who accepted affection as if conferring a favor. People worried about her in the first years after widowhood. Then, because she remained composed and helpful and prompt with birthday cards, they stopped worrying. This is one of the quiet mistakes communities make. We often mistake steadiness for ease. Grace's steadiness was built from effort no one could see. Her husband, Peter, had been a school music teacher with a laugh that always sounded a little surprised by its own happiness. He had slept in the guest room during the final month of his life, not because they were estranged, but because his snoring worsened after the stroke, and because the adjustable hospital bed they rented would not fit in their shared bedroom. Grace had cared for him there, beneath the slanted ceiling, with nighttime lamps and folded towels and bowls of melted ice chips. She had learned how to turn him gently, how to wash his face when speech became hard, how to listen for changes in breathing from the hallway. When he died, the room froze in her mind. Not literally. She cleaned it afterward. She returned the rented bed. She brought back the old quilt. She aired the blankets. But the room remained a held breath, a place where love had labored without being able to save. Because of that, Grace made a vow she never named. If a room had once held suffering, she would keep it beautiful. If a bed had once witnessed decline, she would make it orderly. If she could not undo what happened, she would at least never let neglect join sorrow. And so the guest room became a private altar to effort. She maintained it not for guests, but for a grief that still believed enough care might retroactively redeem helplessness. Most nights after caregiving, Grace came home with a backache running between her shoulder blades like a hidden seam. She would feed the cat, stand at the kitchen counter eating crackers over the sink, answer messages from her sister, and then, instead of going to bed, she would climb the stairs and open the guest room door. The door itself had a soft, sticking sound in damp weather, a little sigh from the wood. Inside, she would find one thing to improve: the pillow angle, the drawer alignment, the curtain hem,
the dust on the sill. It comforted and exhausted her at once. There is a kind of tiredness that comes from work. There is another kind that comes from not knowing how to stop compensating for old pain. Grace carried both. One November evening, she was caring for an elderly woman named Irene, who had the translucent hands and sudden honesty that often come near the end of life. Rain rattled against the patio doors. Irene dozed, woke, and stared at Grace from her recliner. "You never sit all the way down," Irene said. Grace looked up from folding washcloths. "What do you mean?" "Chairs, sofas. You perch like a bird, ready to fly off and rescue somebody." Grace smiled politely. "Occupational habit, I suppose." Irene considered her. "Or soul habit." The old woman drifted back to sleep before Grace could answer, but the phrase stayed with her all evening. Soul habit. At home, the guest room waited in its mild half-dark. Grace stood in the doorway holding fresh pillowcases. She had changed them only 2 weeks earlier. They did not need changing. Still, she crossed the room and began stripping the bed. The cotton whispered against itself. Outside, rain tapped steadily on the gutters. Her cat sat on the threshold, watching with detached suspicion. Midway through folding the top sheet, Grace realized her hands were trembling. She set the sheet down. Her first thought was practical. Low blood sugar, perhaps. Too much coffee. Not enough dinner. But the trembling did not feel bodily alone. It felt like something inside her had reached the edge of a long, silent argument. She sat on the bed, the mattress dipped with a familiar give. At once memory rose, swift and uninvited. Peter's hand searching for hers in the dark. The hiss of the rented bed motor. His embarrassed smile the first time she had to help him drink from a straw. The night he whispered, "I'm sorry you have to do all this." And Grace, tired and fierce, answered, "Loving you is not something I have to do." That had been true. Yet after he died, love and duty became tangled. She kept serving him in absence, though he no longer needed service. She honored him with maintenance, with vigilance, with the constant readiness of a woman who did not know where to put care once it had no living object. The rain deepened outside, soft as fingers on the roof. Grace looked around the room and saw at last that it was not peace she had preserved here. It was alertness, controlled sorrow, endless preparedness. She had turned grief into housekeeping, because housekeeping could be finished or almost finished, and grief could not. She lay back without meaning to, still fully dressed, one arm over her eyes. The room smelled of clean cotton, cedar, and faint lavender. At once the old guilt rose. "You should not lie down here. The sheet is half changed. There are towels in the dryer. You have not written Irene's family update. The sink downstairs has a cup in it. Someone may need you." But no one called. The cat jumped onto the bed, turned twice, and settled against her shin with the absolute entitlement of small creatures who never once wonder whether they have deserved softness. Grace began to cry, not loudly, not with drama. The tears moved sideways into her hair and ears, while her chest stayed almost still. They came from a place too tired for sound. "I couldn't keep you," she whispered to the ceiling. The room gave nothing back except the ticking of cooling pipes. Yet in the silence she understood something she had long avoided. The guest room was not asking to be kept perfect. Peter was not lingering there requesting better sheets, straighter curtains, one more proof of devotion. The only one still demanding endless care was the part of Grace that could not forgive herself for being human in the face of impermanence. In Buddhist teachings, there is often a tender plainness about loss. All compounded things come apart. Bodies fail. Even deep love cannot barter with change. This is not said to make us cold. It is said because clinging turns pain into a second wound. Grace had made a second wound by trying to earn peace through maintenance. After a long while, she sat up and looked at the half-stripped bed, the dangling sheet, the pillow without its case. The imperfection of it made her anxious. Then slowly, almost shyly, she laughed through her tears. The bed could remain unfinished for one night. It was such a tiny permission, yet it felt like opening a locked window. She pulled the quilt over herself as best she could and stayed there for 20 minutes, then 40. The cat purred against her leg. Rain softened to a fine whisper. Below, the house held its ordinary untidiness. Nothing terrible happened. The next morning she made coffee and, instead of rushing upstairs to correct the room, she opened the guest room door and stood quietly on the threshold. Pale November light rested over the dresser bowl of stones. The bed still looked uneven. A corner of sheet trailed near the floor. To her surprise, the sight did not feel like failure. It felt lived in by truth. That day, while helping Irene into a cardigan, Grace found herself sitting fully back in the chair beside the recliner, instead of perched on its edge. Irene noticed at once. "There," the old woman murmured with eyes half closed. "That's better." Grace smiled. "What is?" "You arrived." The sentence entered her very gently. Weeks passed. Grace still cared for the guest room, but differently. Sometimes she left the door open. Sometimes she sat there with a cup of tea and let the dust on the dresser remain another day. Sometimes she lay on the bed in late afternoon, when winter light was paling, and allowed herself 10 minutes of stillness before dinner. One Saturday, her sister visited and asked, with a hesitation born of old concern, "Do you ever think you should turn that room into something else? A study, maybe? Or storage?" Grace looked down the hall where the slanted door stood open. "No," she said. "I think I needed to stop treating it like a test." Her sister said nothing, but reached for her hand. Grace had spent years believing rest would dishonor love. as if easing her own body might somehow mean she had cared less, tried less, remembered less. But love that demands endless strain after its work is done is no longer love alone. It has become fear wearing love's clothing. One evening in early spring, she changed the guest room sheets and left a wrinkle in the top corner. She noticed it, of course. Her eye went straight to it. Yet instead of smoothing it at once, she stood back and let the room remain gently imperfect. The wrinkle looked almost tender in the slant of dusk. Grace thought of Peter's laugh, his hand warm around a mug, the absurd way he used to sing wrong lyrics on purpose. None of those memories required a polished lamp or a perfectly squared quilt. They lived because they had been lived. At last she switched off the lamp and left the room with the door half open. In the hallway she paused. The old compulsion was still there, thinner now but present, asking whether she should do one more thing before going to bed. She touched the door frame lightly. Then she went downstairs, made tea, and sat all the way back in her chair.
Story 4. Michael in the Rain Ledger. Michael kept accounts for the grain cooperative on the edge of town, and though the title sounded modest, the work seeped into every corner of him. He tracked deliveries, wages, repairs, seed orders, missed invoices, advances to farmers after bad weather, numbers penciled in margins, and then corrected again, columns that had to add up even when life around them did not. The cooperative office sat above a feed store, and all day long the room smelled faintly of paper, dust, coffee grounds, and damp wool brought in on men's coats. Michael liked numbers because they had boundaries. A figure was either entered or absent. A sum either held or did not. Ledger pages did not change their mood halfway through a sentence. They did not leave by ambulance. They did not fall silent across a dinner table. From disappointment too deep to name. People did those things. He had been the eldest of 4 children in a house where money ran thin and tempers wore thinner. His mother balanced bills at the kitchen table with a pencil between her teeth and fear in her shoulders. His father worked construction when there was work, drank when there was not, and swore at envelopes as if paper itself had wronged him. Michael learned young that mistakes had consequences larger than themselves. A misread date could mean lights cut off. A forgotten notice could mean the truck not insured. A late fee could mean no meat that week. So he became exact. He checked doors twice. He kept receipts sorted by month. He copied homework neatly and carried extra pencils. When his siblings forgot assignments or lunch money, he remembered. When his mother cried once in the pantry because a payment bounced, Michael found the error in the account book before dinner. She kissed the top of his head and said, "I don't know what I'd do without you." The words filled him with both pride and dread. By adulthood, he no longer believed rest was something taken between tasks. He believed rest was granted only after nothing crucial could collapse. The trouble, of course, is that something crucial can always collapse. At 41, Michael lived with his wife Ruth and their teenage son in a brick duplex near the river bridge. Ruth taught 3rd grade. Their son Eli moved through the house with the awkward, lengthening grace of someone half child, half new animal. From the outside, theirs looked like a decent, ordinary life. School lunches, mortgage payments, laundry baskets, birthday cake on the right weekends. Inwardly, Michael moved through it all with a hidden tautness, as if one overlooked detail might bring the structure down. He did not think of himself as anxious. He thought of himself as responsible. His desk at the cooperative held 3 pencils sharpened to matching points, a blotter pad, a tin of paper clips, a ruler, and 2 ledgers thick as paving stones. In busy season, he brought the books home. Ruth disliked this, though gently. "The numbers can sleep at the office," she would say. "Not if I missed something. You can check in the morning." He would give the kind of tired smile people give when they feel misunderstood by love. If it's wrong in the morning, it's wrong all night. It sounded logical when he said it. In truth, Michael feared not the numbers themselves, but the sensation of leaving any uncertainty unattended. Uncertainty made his body tighten the way thunder tightens dogs. He could not bear the feeling that while he slept, a crack might widen unseen. One autumn, the region had weeks of wet weather. Trucks arrived late. Several farmers asked for payment extensions. One roof at the storage barn leaked. Moisture damaged a stack of invoices. Michael spent long evenings drying papers beneath a fan and rewriting figures from smeared copies. The office windows rattled with rain day after day. One Thursday, he carried the main ledger home in a waxed canvas satchel because the receipts from 2 shipments did not match the banknote, and he could not settle the discrepancy before closing. Rain fell in silver ropes from the eaves. By the time he reached the duplex, his trouser hems were dark with water. Ruth was making soup. Eli sat at the table pretending to do algebra, while in truth building tiny paper triangles from notebook scraps. The kitchen smelled of onion, celery, and thyme. "Put that thing away for one night," Ruth said when she saw the ledger. "I only need half an hour." She stirred the soup. "That's what you said yesterday." He kissed her cheek quickly, already half turned toward the dining table where light was better. Half an hour became 2. Rain beat the windows. The soup cooled in the pot. Eli disappeared upstairs with the vague resentment of boys whose fathers are present in body but not in attention. Ruth washed dishes more sharply than necessary. Michael sat bent over the columns, checking totals, tracing entries, muttering shipment codes under his breath. At last he found the issue. A transposed pair of digits in a receipt rewritten from a damp original. Relief moved through him so intensely that he almost laughed. There it was again, the old pattern. Panic, vigilance, correction,
release. He had been living on that harsh little cycle for so long. He mistook it for competence. When he looked up, the kitchen was dark except for the light above the stove. Ruth had gone to bed. Beside his elbow lay a note in her handwriting on the back of a school flyer. Soup's in the pot. Please come upstairs before the rain ends. He stared at the sentence a long time. Please come upstairs before the rain ends. It was such an odd request. Rain might last hours. It might stop in 10 minutes. The sentence did not say, finish soon. It did not say, I am angry. It sounded almost like a plea to join life before a passing thing passed. Michael closed the ledger slowly. Then, almost at once, he opened it again. There was a smudge on page 86. Another invoice might need cross-checking. The banknote should be stapled to the back file. A small doubt about feed surcharges nudged him. If he slept now, would he wake at 3 with the sense that something remained undone? Probably. He kept going. When he finally reached bed, rain had already faded. Ruth was turned away from him, breathing evenly, but not deeply. The room held that thin quiet, which is not peace but disappointment resting on furniture. The next week, the cooperative's older bookkeeper, Mr. Sloan, came in for an hour to help sort archive boxes. Sloan was retired, stooped, and widely believed to know where every paper had ever gone since 1973. He watched Michael recalculate a finished page. You already checked that, Sloan said. Yes? And it balanced? Yes? Then why are you punishing it?
Michael gave a small, stiff laugh. Sloan slid into the chair opposite him with the slow care of old joints. Rain tapped at the office window again. When my wife was sick, Sloan said, I started ironing handkerchiefs. Michael looked up. I'd never ironed a handkerchief in my life, but there I was pressing little squares of cloth flat as fields. Took me a while to understand I wasn't trying to fix the cloth. I was trying to flatten fear. He leaned back. People who like order can become servants of the wrong God. Michael frowned slightly. Sloan was known for sayings that arrived sideways. The wrong God? Control, Sloan said, makes poor company and demands long hours. The words lingered. That evening, Michael promised himself he would leave the ledger at work. He even placed it in the bottom drawer and turned the key. Yet just before closing, clouds rolled in dark as wet slate, and someone mentioned the bank had changed routing instructions on 2 late payments. Michael unlocked the drawer and brought the ledger home again. This time Ruth said nothing. Silence can wound more than complaint. After supper, Eli stood in the doorway with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Dad, can you look at my history outline? Michael did not raise his head. Give me 10 minutes. Eli nodded. 25 minutes later, Michael looked up to find the doorway empty. He went upstairs with the familiar ache of having missed something small that was not small at all. Eli's room door stood partly closed. Inside, the boy had fallen asleep across his blanket, with the history notebook open beside him, one arm crooked under his cheek. Michael picked up the notebook. The outline was fine. Not elegant, but fine. At the bottom of the page, Eli had doodled little ledger lines and boxes, then written in the margin, "Dad checks everything twice." Michael sat on the edge of the desk chair, notebook in hand, and felt shame move through him in a slow, cold wave. Children see the shape of our worship before we do. The next day, a hard rain broke after noon. Michael stayed late again, trying to finish month-end entries before the weekend. When he finally stepped outside, the lot was nearly empty. Water streamed from the roof edge and hammered the metal trash lids below. He tucked the ledger under his coat and hurried toward the bridge. Halfway home, near the old stone wall by the churchyard, the satchel strap snapped. The ledger fell. Not into a puddle exactly, but into a runoff channel where rainwater raced along the curb. Michael lunged too late. By the time he snatched it up, the bottom pages were soaked, and the ink at the edge had already begun to feather. He stood in the rain, horrified. To anyone else, it might have looked like an inconvenience. Pages can be dried. Numbers can be recopied. But to Michael, the sight struck some deep nerve linked to childhood dread, to bounced payments, to his mother's pantry tears, to the belief that vigilance alone kept disaster from entering the house. He carried the ledger under the church awning and opened it with shaking hands. Water ran down his wrists. Several pages clung together, blurred in blue veins. His breath came high and quick. For a moment he felt not like a grown man in the rain, but like a boy who had made an unforgivable error. Then the church door opened. A monk from the small Buddhist center that rented the church basement on Thursdays stepped out holding a broom. Michael had seen the group's sign before, but never entered. The monk was middle-aged, with a lined face and an umbrella tucked under one arm. "You should come in out of the rain," he said. Michael almost refused. He had pages to save, numbers to inspect, panic to obey. But water coursed off the awning edge in sheets, and the monk was already holding the door. Inside, the basement hall smelled faintly of tea and wet coats. The monk led Michael to a folding table and brought towels without fuss. Michael spread the ledger open, blotting pages desperately. "These books matter?" the monk asked. "Yes." "Enough to make your heart beat like that?" Michael did not answer. The monk set down a kettle in the corner and left him to his work. After a few minutes, he returned with 2 cups of tea and placed one near Michael's elbow. "I can't stop," Michael said without looking up. "I did not ask you to stop," the monk replied. "I brought tea." Something in the mildness of it broke the hard edge of Michael's panic. He paused, hands flattened on the damp paper. Rain thudded overhead. Somewhere deeper in the building, a chair scraped. The tea smelled of ginger. "They have to be right," Michael said. "Maybe. If they're wrong, other things go wrong." The monk nodded. "And if you never rest, what goes wrong?" Michael looked up sharply. The monk's face held no triumph, only curiosity, worn smooth by patience. "I'll rest when this is done," Michael said. The monk glanced at the ledger. "Do such books ever end?" Michael almost said yes. Instead, he heard how foolish it would sound. There would always be another month, another entry, another discrepancy, another sheet to reconcile. The ledger in his hands was not only paper, it was the visible body of an endless inward contract. Be alert, prevent collapse, earn calm through correction. The monk lifted his tea. "Rain does not ask your permission to fall," he said. "Paper does not promise permanence. The mind that says, 'I will soften after the world is perfectly arranged,' has chosen a very long road." Michael stared at the damp pages. Water had blurred some figures beyond quick reading. He would have to reconstruct them from duplicate invoices on Monday. There was no shortcut. He felt tired then, more tired than frightened. Tired in his teeth, his neck, the backs of his eyes. He picked up the cup. The tea was hot enough to hurt a little. For several minutes they sat in the steady basement light while rain battered the outer world. Michael still blotted the pages, but more slowly now. He noticed the towel's rough weave, the hiss of the kettle cooling, the way one drop slid from the table edge and darkened the concrete floor. No revelation burst open, yet something shifted. The ruined neatness of the pages confronted him with an old truth he had never accepted. Order is useful. It is not salvation. He took the ledger home wrapped in towels. Ruth met him at the door and said only, "You're soaked." Her voice carried concern without accusation. He handed her the ruined satchel, and to his surprise he began to laugh, wet and tired and a little desperate. "The book lost the fight," he said. Ruth looked from the bag to his face, then smiled slowly. "Come upstairs before the rain ends." This time he did. The figures were fixed on Monday. The cooperative survived. No farmer starved because page 86 bled into page 87. Michael still kept careful accounts after that, still sharpened his pencils, still disliked unresolved discrepancies. But some part of him had seen his own life from outside. A man standing under an awning with a wet ledger and a racing heart, as if one book's neatness determined whether he was allowed to rest. Sometimes now, when late worry rose, he pictured the rainwater running through the gutter indifferent to totals, and the monk placing tea beside damp paper without insisting on wisdom first. Tea
Guarantee before theory, warmth before correction, shelter before instruction. There is compassion in that order. And for certain tired souls, it is the first order that makes any healing possible. By now, the night has carried us through a lit kitchen, a muddy road, a closed guest room, and a rain-dark ledger, different houses, different weather, different names. Yet the hidden labor has been the same. Anna stayed standing beneath the light because stopping felt undeserved. Thomas pushed his body down the mill road because usefulness had become the measure of his worth. Grace kept an empty room beautiful because she did not know how to let love end its work without turning it into more duty. Michael guarded his columns and sums because uncertainty felt too dangerous to leave overnight. Each one lived beside an unseen bargain. I may soften later. I may lie down after one more proof. I may rest when nothing is neglected. I may be gentle with myself once I have done enough. But the heart that lives by that bargain grows old in a peculiar way. Even before the hair turns silver or the joints begin their weather talk, such a heart becomes overtrained in endurance. It no longer knows how to recognize enough. It hears unfinishedness everywhere. It suspects pause. It distrusts stillness. It mistakes tension for responsibility and exhaustion for virtue. There is a Buddhist image of a person gripping a burning coal in order to throw it at something else. The coal burns the hand first. In these stories, the coal is not anger alone. It can also be relentless self-demand. The vow to keep carrying. The inability to let night arrive before all accounts are settled. And yet, even in tired lives, mercy often enters quietly, as snow on a porch, as cold stone beside a road, as a cat settling where grief has no more words, as ginger tea near a wet book. Mercy rarely begins by solving everything. More often, it begins by interrupting the lie that we must solve everything before we are allowed to breathe. Now the stories move further outward into orchards and ferries and hospital halls. The settings change. The ache remains. But perhaps as the night deepens, the grip around that ache may loosen a little, not because every burden disappears, only because the moon does not ask the field to finish growing before it shines on it. Story 5. Helen at the Orchard Fence. Helen had spent so many years pruning trees that she could tell from a winter silhouette alone where a branch had crossed another branch and stolen its light. The orchard spread over low hills outside town, rows upon rows of apple trees running in careful lines toward a windbreak of cedars. In spring, the place seemed made of breath and blossom. In summer, it held bees, heat, ladder work, and green fruit slowly weighting the branches. In autumn, and the air smelled of bruised sweetness, damp crates, and earth turned by boots. In winter, everything simplified into bark, wire, fence, and sky. Helen liked winter best. Winter told the truth about structure. At 63, she still walked the orchard before dawn with a thermos in one coat pocket and pruning shears hanging from a loop at her hip. Her late husband had planted the first rose with her when they were newly married. After his death, everyone assumed she would lease the land or sell it to one of the larger growers. Helen did neither. She kept the orchard, expanded it slowly, hired seasonal help, and became known as the woman who could spot blight from 20 paces. People admired her stamina. Men younger than she was shook their heads at the loads she lifted during harvest. Neighbors said she had grit. Helen knew they meant it kindly. Still, praise for endurance often landed in her like another stone added to a basket she was already carrying. She had 3 grown sons, all living elsewhere. They called. They visited when they could. They worried about her more as the years passed, though in the careful way adult children worry about a parent who has made competence into an identity. Hire a manager, the oldest said. Come stay with me for a season, said the youngest. I can help with the books, said the middle one, an accountant in the city. Helen thanked them and kept walking the rows. The orchard had not only been her livelihood, it had become the place where she hid from collapse by staying useful within something living and exacting. Trees always needed something. Thinning, tying, spraying, picking, mending around them, measuring rain, watching for moths, repairing deer damage. There was no end to it, which in a strange way comforted her. If there was no end, then she never had to face the blankness that came after finishing. Her own mother had died when Helen was 14, and the house after that became a study in practical survival. Her father did not know how to speak grief except through work, so they milked, mended, harvested, salted beans, chopped wood, and moved through mourning with their sleeves rolled up. On the day Helen first bled through her dress in the field, her father had only looked away awkwardly and said, "Your aunt will sort it." Rest, gentleness, being fussed over, these belonged to other households. In hers, pain became another weather condition. By old age, Helen could identify 10 shades of fatigue in other people and almost none in herself. One late February morning, she found a section of fence along the north slope, broken where deer had pushed through after a storm. Snow still lay in crusted patches beneath the trees. The sky was low and white. Helen should have marked the damage and returned with help. Instead, she hauled wire, posts, hammer, and staples up the slope alone. The ground was slick. Her breath smoked in the cold. By noon, her lower back burned with a heavy, straight ache. She kept going. At one point, she had to brace one boot against the old post and pull the wire hard enough to make her shoulders shake. She succeeded, but when she straightened, the world dimmed for a second at the edges. She waited until it passed. Somewhere nearby, a woodpecker struck the hollow trunk of an old pollinator tree with patient knocks. Helen finished the repair, stood back, and felt no satisfaction, only a hard, familiar voice inside. Good. Now the west row. She walked the west row too. By the time she returned to the farmhouse in late afternoon, clouds had thickened and a wet wind moved through the yard. She set the tools down by the porch and discovered she could not uncurl 2 fingers of her left hand without using the other one. Inside, the house was cool. She had not kept the fire well. The kitchen window looked out over the first rows of trees, their branches dark against a sky already fading. Helen put on the kettle, then stood with both hands on the counter and closed her eyes. The old tiredness in her was not merely bodily. It had roots. It came from decades of treating every limit as a problem to overcome quickly so no one would need to carry her. It came from widowhood weathered upright. It came from having been young in a house where grief received no lap to rest in.
At dusk, her neighbor June stopped by with a loaf of brown bread wrapped in a towel. June was a retired teacher with bright scarves and the kind of frank kindness that often unsettled stoic people. "You look pale," June said the moment Helen opened the door. "I look windblown." "You look like an old fence post yourself." Helen huffed a laugh and let her in. June set the bread on the table and peered through the window. "You've been up at the north slope alone." "Only a repair." June turned back. "You say only the way other people say prayers." Helen shrugged, reaching for plates, though she had not invited dinner. June caught her wrist lightly. "Sit." "It's fine." "No." "Sit." Helen almost resisted out of reflex, yet June's tone carried no drama, only clean authority. Helen lowered herself into the chair by the stove and felt, to her irritation, tears sting unexpectedly behind her eyes. June pretended not to notice at first. She cut the bread, found the butter without asking, and poured the tea once it boiled. Steam blurred the kitchen window. After a while, she said, "Trees that fruit well are pruned because we know branches can only bear so much." Helen looked into her cup. June spread butter carefully. "But you act as if you are less deserving of wise limits than an apple tree." The sentence had such a simple shape that Helen could not dodge it. Less deserving of wise limits than an apple tree. She thought of the orchard in winter, how she cut away branches, not because she despised the tree, but because strain left untended could split the whole frame later. She thought of tying young limbs so they would grow with support instead of breaking under future weight. She knew, with a grower's intimacy, that even fruitful things needed season, pause, thinning, dormancy. Yet she had denied those laws to herself for years. That night, wind rattled the porch screen. Helen woke around 2 with pain running down her back and into her hip. She lay in the dark, furious at her own body for objecting. Eventually she rose, wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and went downstairs. Instead of starting chores, she stood at the kitchen sink looking out toward the rows. Moonlight had found the orchard through the clouds. The trees stood bare and still, not apologizing for winter. No blossom, no fruit, no visible usefulness at all. Only rest, hidden as preparation. Sap withdrawn, growth quiet. Branches waiting in their own dark wisdom. Helen leaned her forehead against the cool pane. For a strange, aching moment, she envied the trees. Not because they were easy to care for, they were not, but because no one demanded fruit from them in February. No one called them lazy for standing bare beneath frost. Their value did not disappear in dormancy. Their life simply moved underground, unseen. The next day she did something she had postponed for years. She called her middle son and asked him to come look over the books and help plan the season. He was quiet for 1 beat too long, then said, "Of course, when?" "Saturday." "You sure?" "No," Helen said, "but come anyway." On Saturday, he arrived with spreadsheets, muffins, and the baffled tenderness of a son careful not to startle a proud mother. They sat at the long kitchen table while morning light moved slowly across the wood. Helen showed him receipts, labor estimates, fertilizer costs, and repair notes. He listened more than he advised. At one point he said, "Mom, you know if you hire one more seasonal hand and cut the outer row sales to wholesale, you'd lose less money than you're spending in pain." Helen almost snapped back that pain was not a budget item. Then she heard how absurd that was, coming from a body that had borne pain as hidden overhead for half a lifetime. "Maybe," she said. He looked up carefully. "Maybe." She gave a dry smile. "Don't get used to miracles." That afternoon they walked the north fence together. The sky was clear and cold. Her son carried posts over one shoulder as if reclaiming an old inheritance of strength. Helen found she could walk more slowly if someone else was matching her pace. At the fence line, she rested both hands on the wire and looked down across the rows. Sunlight touched the bark in pale strips. Beyond the orchard, the fields lay quiet under winter grass. "You built all this?" her son said softly. Helen shook her head. "No. I tended what kept changing." The answer surprised her. It felt truer than the proud versions she usually offered. He nodded, perhaps not fully understanding, perhaps understanding enough. As the weeks passed, Helen hired the extra worker. She did not suddenly become restful. She still rose early, still watched weather, still distrusted idle afternoons. But now when her back ached or the old internal overseer barked for more,
She sometimes pictured the orchard itself in winter, each bare tree held in a season that was not failure. One evening in early March, she found herself standing at the fence at dusk after the hired hand had left. The western sky held a band of faded rose over the dark rose. Geese called high above, invisible. Cold air smelled of soil beginning to wake. Helen placed both palms on the top rail. The fence no longer needed mending. The day had left work undone elsewhere, of course. It always would. But for once, she did not turn immediately toward the next task. She remained where she was until the color drained from the horizon. To anyone passing, she might have looked like an old woman merely watching trees. But inside, something steadier was taking root. Not laziness, not surrender. A wiser agriculture of the heart, the understanding that fruit is not produced by punishing a living thing for having seasons. Story 6. David and the Ferry Crate. The ferry landing sat where the river widened and slowed before turning south, a plain wooden structure with tar-dark planks, rusting cleats, and a ticket booth that leaned slightly in wet weather. The ferry itself was not grand, only broad and practical, used by workers, farmers, school children, supply trucks, and the occasional lost tourist who arrived expecting something more romantic than diesel, rope, and gulls. David had worked there for 19 years. He loaded freight, checked chains, helped passengers step aboard when the wind made the ramp sway, kept count of crates and bicycles and fuel drums, swept leaves from the deck in autumn, chipped ice from the railings in winter, and knew from the river's smell whether fog would thicken by noon. He was the sort of man people noticed only when he was absent. Then the boarding became slower, the freight stacked less safely, the ramp noisier, the old captain shorter-tempered. David's usefulness was woven into the smooth functioning of ordinary crossings. At 48, he had the compact strength of someone shaped by repetitive labor and a face browned by weather more than sun. He lived in a small rented house above the bait shop with his younger sister, Mara, who had seizures that came rarely now, but unpredictably enough that David never fully relaxed when away from home. Their mother had died when Mara was 16. Their father had disappeared long before that into another state, another family or drink, depending on whose account one believed. David, 8 years older, had become brother, guardian, payer of bills, watcher of medicines, mender of sinks, and keeper of phone numbers. None of this had been formally assigned. It simply happened the way riverbanks are shaped by continual current. At first, he carried the role with fierce love. Later, he carried it with love and fatigue, braided so tightly he could no longer separate them, because Mara's condition had once flared badly after stress. David trained himself never to be the source of strain. He stayed calm. He worked extra shifts. He brought groceries before being asked. He memorized medication schedules. He avoided dates that might lead to divided attention.
He turned down chances to train for the towboat route because overnight travel would leave Mara alone too often. To friends he said, "It's fine. We're good." And often they were. Yet the hidden cost of becoming someone's steady shore is that you begin to believe you must never drift, never tire, never need rescue yourself. The ferry company used a heavy wooden crate each week for machine parts sent across to the paper mill. It had rope handles and smelled of oil and pine sawdust. Usually 2 people lifted it. David often carried one end alone while another worker lagged behind or vanished conveniently. "Back like yours was built in a shipyard," the captain once joked. David grinned, though his lower spine had already begun its quiet nightly protests. One gray morning in late spring, the river ran high from upstream rain. Debris moved in the current. Branches, a red gas can, half a fence rail, things water had borrowed from elsewhere. Wind slapped the ferry broadside as trucks boarded. David worked through the rush with his usual clean efficiency, boots slick on wet planks, coat collar snapping. By noon he was already tired, but fatigue no longer registered to him as information. It registered only as something to manage, privately. Then Mara called. She had forgotten whether she had taken the midday dose. It was a small problem, the kind that could be solved with counting pills and a little patience. Yet David felt irritation flash through him so suddenly, it frightened him. He kept his voice gentle, talked her through it, hung up, and stood motionless beside the ticket booth while gulls screamed overhead. The irritation was not really about the pills. It came from the exhausted place in him that had been holding itself together for years by never admitting how much it held. He hated the feeling at once, hated that fatigue could sharpen him against the person he loved most, hated that somewhere under his loyalty lived resentment's pale shadow. So he did what many decent, tired people do. He doubled down on usefulness. He took the next freight load himself, hauled the rope coil before anyone asked, stayed through the crew break to help the mechanic with a stuck latch. When the parts crate arrived late and the young deckhand said they could leave it for the next crossing, David shook his head. "We do it now." Rain began, light but steady. The crate was heavier than usual. "I can get Sam," the deckhand offered. David gripped the rope handle. "I've got it." Those 3 words had become his identity and his trap. He lifted one end. The deckhand lifted the other, but awkwardly, so the weight shifted more toward David as they crossed the wet planks. Halfway up the ramp, the younger man slipped, not falling just enough to drop his side for a second. The crate slammed down hard against David's thigh and wrenched his back. Pain shot upward like fire striking dry brush. He dropped the handle and swore, then froze. One hand braced on the crate, rain on his neck, breath caught between his teeth. "You okay?" the deckhand asked.
David's first instinct was the old one. Deny. Continue. Make the body obey the role. But the pain was too clear to lie through. No, he said. The word came out harsh, almost angry. They got the crate to the storage room with help from 2 others. David pretended he only needed a minute. He walked to the far end of the dock where spare rope, buoy rings, and weathered bollards sat under the eaves. There he lowered himself onto an overturned crate and let the rain mist blow sideways. Across his boots, the river was slate gray. Small waves slapped the pilings. The ferry horn called from mid-crossing, long and low. He sat with one hand at his back and felt something he had not let himself feel in years. He was tired of being the reliable one. Not tired of Mara, not tired of the work exactly, tired of the internal command that converted every need into another reason not to have needs himself. Tired of the way help embarrassed him. Tired of arranging his whole spirit around not becoming additional weight in anyone else's hands. There is a loneliness particular to the person everyone trusts not to break. They are loved, perhaps, appreciated, often, but their weariness goes unseen because they have trained others so well to lean on them. Rain darkened the dock boards. David watched a rope end, dragging in a puddle, gather water into its fibers. He thought of how wood swells when wet, how boats take on weight a little at a time, how even ferries must dock and empty before crossing again. Captain Reed found him there 20 minutes later. The captain was a rough, narrow-eyed man with a tobacco cough and a reputation for impatience that concealed, in rare moments, a genuine understanding of labor. He looked once at David's face and sat on the adjacent bollard without speaking. After a while, he said, "You know what sinks a boat fastest?" David managed a humorless breath. "Hole in the hull?" "Nope." "Pride." David looked at him. Captain Reed jerked his chin toward the river. "A man ignores weather, overloads his deck, says he'll make one more trip, won't ask for tow, won't turn back. That's pride. Water doesn't care what story he tells about being strong." Rain pinged softly on the tin roof above them. David pressed his palm harder to his back. "I'm fine." Reed gave him a flat stare. "You are the least convincing liar on this dock." That might have irritated David on another day. Instead, he found himself staring out at the current and saying, very quietly, "If I stop, things stack up. Things always stack up. At home, too." Reed was silent, which made room for more truth. "My sister," David said. "She depends on me." Reed nodded once. "And who depends on the part of you that's worn thin?" The question landed with more force than advice would have. David had no answer because he had never arranged his life around that question, not once. Captain Reed stood with a grunt. take tomorrow off. Can't. Yes, you can. Watch me schedule it. Reed walked away before argument could thicken. David spent the evening on the floor of his small living room with an ice pack under a dish towel and Mara fussing over him in a way that exposed how uneven their usual pattern had become.
"You should have called me from the dock," she said. "To do what?" "No." The simplicity of it stung. "No."
He had protected her from his strain so thoroughly that he had also hidden part of his life from her. Not facts exactly, but the fact of his limits. Later, after Mara went to bed, David sat by the open window and listened to the river traffic in the dark. A buoy bell clanged somewhere downstream. The room smelled of rain and bait shop salt. His back throbbed with each shift. He thought of the heavy crate, the instant when he insisted, "I've got it," and the way the words came not from strength alone, but from old fear. "If I do not carry, I fail. If I ask, I burden. If I rest, others pay." The beliefs were so old, they seemed factual. Yet from the floor of his own house, with pain making honesty harder to avoid, he saw their cruelty. Not only toward himself, but toward Mara too. She was not a child now. She did not need a brother who acted like a wall. She needed a real person who could live with her in mutual tenderness, not one directional sacrifice. The next afternoon, on his forced day off, he and Mara sat at the kitchen table with coffee and a notebook. They listed emergency contacts, medication reminders, neighbors who could drive, Ferry co-workers who could check in, and the name of a visiting nurse Mara had once liked. Mara wrote slowly, chewing the pen cap. "This would make you feel better?" she asked. David considered the question. "Maybe not better," he said. "Maybe less like everything rests on one board." She looked at him with a sister's mix of affection and exasperation. "It never should have." He smiled despite himself. "I know. But knowing something late can still be mercy." When he returned to the ferry, the parts crate was waiting again in the freight shed. Sam reached for one handle. David almost did what he always did, then he stopped. "Get the cart," he said. Sam blinked. "For this?" "For this." They wheeled it together across the planks while the river slapped the pilings below. It took a little longer. No one died of the delay. During the crossing, David stood at the rail, watching the wake spread behind them in widening silver seams. Wind cooled his face. He understood that the river had been teaching him all along. Nothing crosses continuously without docking. Nothing carries weight forever without unloading. Even ferries designed for labor return, empty for a moment, to the far bank. That evening, instead of taking on extra cargo paperwork, David went home while there was still light on the water. Mara was on the porch in a blanket, reading badly and humming to herself. "You're early," she said. "Seems legal," he answered. She grinned. He sat beside her. For a while, neither spoke. The river smell drifted up through the street. Somewhere a dog barked once and stopped. The world held itself in an ordinary pause. David realized he had spent years waiting to rest until he could guarantee no one would ever need him unexpectedly again. Such a day would never come. Need was part of love. So was limit. He leaned back in the chair and let the evening carry both truths together. Story 7. Lucy on the hospital bench. Hospitals have their own weather, not the weather outside, though rain and sun still strike the windows. Their true weather is made of fluorescent light, wheeled carts, machine beeps, waxed floors, paper cups, sleepless hours, and the human smell of fear trying to remain polite. Lucy knew that weather too well. She was 36, had been visiting hospitals in one form or another since her father's first heart episode when she was 15. Since then, there had been her mother's knee replacement, her younger cousin's accident, her own difficult miscarriage, her aunt's cancer rounds, and finally the long declining illness of her older brother Ben, whose kidneys had been failing in slow, stubborn stages for 3 years. Lucy worked as a florist. Her hands moved beautifully among stems and ribbon. She could look at a bucket of cut branches and see shape, balance, a place where droop became grace. Customers liked her because she listened to what they were trying to say with flowers, even when they did not know the words themselves. But outside the shop, she had fallen into another role entirely. The one who came, the one who stayed, the one who sat through intake, asked the doctor questions clearly, kept a charger in her bag, remembered who took which medicine, brought clean socks, texted updates to relatives, and said, "I've got this," even when she did not. Ben had a wife, Carla, and 2 children, but Carla worked nights and mornings both to keep up with the bills, and the children were still young enough to need rides, meals, homework supervision, normalcy built from scraps. So Lucy became extra hands in a family already stretching. She drove Ben to appointments. She learned the names of nephrologists. She sat in emergency departments under televisions no one watched. She carried crossword books, almonds, hand lotion, and a folding sweater because every waiting room was either too hot or too cold. At first, she did it with open love, then with love and worry. Then, without quite noticing, with a private conviction that if she ever rested while someone else suffered, she was failing some sacred measure. She became suspicious of her own comfort. If she slept deeply while Ben was nauseated at 2 a.m., guilt met her in the morning. If she spent a free Saturday at the farmer's market instead of driving over, she carried the pleasure like stolen fruit. If she said no, even for a reasonable cause, a voice inside whispered, "What if this was the time you should have come?" The voice sounded caring, but not all inner voices that speak in the language of care are kind. One night in late summer, Ben developed a fever after dialysis, and Lucy met Carla in the emergency department just after dusk. The waiting room was crowded. A toddler cried with exhausted fury. A television murmured closed captions above a fish tank. Coffee from the vending kiosk smelled burnt. Ben was eventually taken back for tests. And Carla, after nearly 20 hours awake, fell asleep in a plastic chair with her face turned toward the wall. Lucy remained on the bench outside the treatment area because she could not imagine leaving even for 10 minutes. The bench was metal with a thin vinyl strip across the seat. Too cold in winter, too sticky in summer. She had sat on versions of it in many hospitals, and it seemed to her that the bench itself held all the weighting of the world. Hours passed. Nurses moved in soft rubber shoes. An old man coughed behind a curtain. Somewhere down the hall, a monitor alarm chirped and stopped. Lucy answered family texts, then put the phone face down on her lap. Around 1 a.m, her body began to sag with fatigue. Her neck ached. Her eyelids burned. She had worked all day before coming, wiring funeral sprays and wedding centerpieces in the same strange afternoon, then driven straight to the hospital without dinner. She told herself she would close her eyes for 5 minutes. Instead, she sat more upright. What if they call? What if Ben asks for water? What if the doctor comes? What if Carla wakes disoriented? What if something important happens exactly when I let go? This is how certain tired people stay trapped. Not because they are vain, not because they wish to suffer theatrically, because vigilance has become their way of loving, and rest feels like betrayal. At 2:15, a nurse stepped out and said Ben would be admitted overnight for observation. Nothing catastrophic, only caution. Relief washed over Lucy, but it was a thin relief. There would be paperwork, room transfer, updates, tomorrow's logistics. Her mind did not soften. It simply reorganized itself around the next set of tasks. Carla woke with a start. Did I sleep? For a bit. I shouldn't have. Lucy heard the apology and felt a pang so sharp it almost made her angry. Not at Carla, at the whole weary creed beneath it. You shouldn't have slept. You shouldn't have stopped. You should have kept watch, as if bodies were lanterns that burned clean without oil. Once Ben was settled upstairs, Carla insisted on staying the night in the room. Lucy offered to remain too. Carla refused with more force than usual. Go home, she said, please. Lucy hesitated in the hallway. Are you sure? Yes, if I need you, I will call. The sensible thing would have been to leave. Instead, Lucy wandered down to the lobby and sat again on another bench near the gift shop because she could not bear the thought of being unreachable. The shop gate was half down. Plush bears leaned from a display beside magazines and overbright balloons shaped like stars. A janitor buffed the floor in patient loops. Lucy sat with her bag at her feet and watched the revolving door turn for strangers. There, in that washed-out hour before dawn, Something in her gave way, not a breakdown, more like a quiet inward folding. She was so tired that even guilt had become heavy to hold. A volunteer came by with a cart of blankets for family members. She was a tiny gray-haired woman in pink scrubs, likely old enough to be resting at home herself. She stopped beside Lucy. "Honey, you look frozen." "I'm okay." No one ever means that sentence less than when they say it in a hospital lobby. The volunteer laid a folded blanket beside her anyway. "Take it." Lucy touched the soft synthetic fabric. "Thank you." The volunteer started to move on, then paused. "Are you the patient?" "No." "Are you the mother?" "No." "The wife?" "No." "Sister?" The volunteer nodded as if that explained a great deal. Sisters stay longer than they're supposed to. Lucy almost laughed. The woman lowered herself onto the bench with slow care. "My brother was here many years ago," she said. "I nearly made myself sick, trying to be the person who never left his side. One of the nurses told me something I didn't forgive for a week." Lucy looked over. She said, "Your love is not measured in hours without sleep." The lobby lights buzzed softly above them. Lucy stared at the blanket in her lap. Her love is not measured in hours without sleep. So much of her life had quietly assumed the opposite. She did not think she could cure illness, but she did think relentless presence proved devotion, justified breathing, defended against regret. If something went badly, she wanted never to have to say, "I was resting." Yet what had this brought her? A body keyed to emergency, friendships neglected, mornings ruined by dread, nights where she lay awake rehearsing who might need her next. Even her tender work among flowers had begun to feel thinner because part of her was always braced for the hospital phone. The volunteer patted the blanket. "Wrap up." This time Lucy obeyed. The blanket trapped a little heat around her shoulders. It smelled faintly of detergent and storage closet, nothing sacred, nothing profound. Yet as she sat there, warmed by something given freely and with no demand attached, tears rose unexpectedly. "I don't know how to stop being on call in my head," she whispered. The volunteer looked straight ahead at the revolving door. "Maybe you don't stop all at once. Maybe you just learn your heart is not an emergency room." Lucy let the sentence settle. The heart is not an emergency room. How many alarms had she housed there? How many relatives? How many future disasters? How many imagined scenarios she tried to stabilize before they occurred?
Toward dawn, she did go home. She showered, slept 2 hours, then returned with a clean shirt for Ben and coffee for Carla. The world did not collapse in the hours she was gone. Ben was still cranky. Carla was still tired. Machines still beeped. But Lucy noticed, perhaps for the first time, that her absence had not been a moral failure. Over the next months, Ben's health continued its uneven path.
Some weeks were calm, some were not. Lucy still helped, she still showed up. Yet something subtle changed. She began saying, "I can come at noon," instead of dropping everything at dawn. She let Carla's cousin take one appointment. She slept when she was ill instead of visiting out of martyrdom. She kept the volunteer's sentence in a folded receipt inside her wallet. Your love is not measured in hours without sleep. One evening after a long but stable dialysis day, Lucy sat outside the hospital on a low wall near the parking garage while sunset spread a rose-gray wash over the concrete levels. She had a paper cup of tea going cold between her palms. Cars moved in and out. A helicopter thudded far off. For once, no one urgently needed anything from her in that minute. She looked at her reflection in the tea lid and saw not failure, not selfishness, only a woman who had confused self-erasure with loyalty. In Buddhist compassion, there is a phrase, sometimes translated as the trembling of the heart. Real compassion trembles with suffering, yes, but it does not demand that we become an endless instrument. It is warm, not frantic, steady, not self-annihilating. Lucy did not think in those formal terms as she sat there. She only knew the evening air felt gentler than hospital light, and that her own body deserved to be included among the beings she hurried to care for. When she finally rose to go home, she left the empty paper cup in the bin and touched the bench lightly as she passed. So many people had waited there, so many had loved there, so many had mistaken exhaustion for proof. May they all be given a blanket, she thought suddenly. A warm one, a plain one, enough to remind them that watchfulness is not the only form love can take. The night is deeper now. Fields have darkened. Ferry ropes have dried. Hospital lights have dimmed behind doors where strangers sleep or do not sleep. And through each story runs the same almost invisible thread. A person learns, little by little, to serve before they are served, to stay alert before they feel, to carry before they are carried, to apologize before they receive. Then years pass, and the habit hardens into identity. I am the one who keeps going. I am the one who can take more. I am the one who will rest later, but later becomes a horizon that walks away as we walk toward it. The dish is never the last dish. The road never ends in one final load. The room is never perfectly tended. The account is never completely closed. The orchard always has another row. The crate always needs moving. The hospital always has another bench. If rest must be earned after all tasks are complete, then rest will remain a country glimpsed but never entered. Yet the old teachings keep returning in humble disguises. A tree without fruit is still alive. A ferry docked is still a ferry. A blanket offered to the waiting is not wasted. A body in pain is not a body that has failed its moral duty. Now there is one more story, one more shelter in the rain, one more weary soul standing at the threshold between strain and letting down. We go there now, beneath temple eaves where water gathers and falls, and where an old man discovers that even prayer can become another way to postpone rest.
Story 8. Samuel. Beneath the temple, Eaves. Samuel came to the temple each evening after closing his shop. It was a small temple on the edge of the older part of town, not grand enough to draw travelers. Only a quiet compound with tiled roofs, a gravel courtyard, a bell darkened by weather, and wooden eaves from which rain fell in clean lines during storms. A fig tree grew near the south wall, its roots lifting one corner of the paving stones. In autumn, leaves gathered against the steps in little copper drifts. In summer, the air held incense, cicada sound, and warm dust. In winter, breath showed pale in the cloister walk. Samuel was 71 and owned a repair shop that fixed watches, clocks, lamps, radios, and the occasional sentimental machine no one else would touch. The sign above the door had faded from blue to almost gray. Inside, drawers held springs, screws, brass hands, wires, felt pads, and small tools set in perfect rows. The place ticked, clicked, hummed, and whirred with the mechanical murmur of borrowed time. People brought him broken things because he was patient and because he respected old objects the way some people respect old stories. He could listen to a clock and tell what it wanted. He could clean a century of dust from gears with a brush no wider than a fingernail. Children thought his shop magical. Adults thought it comforting. Samuel himself thought of it as a place where damage might be met without panic. Yet he did not extend the same ease to his own life. His wife Miriam had died 12 years before. His sons lived far away, one on the coast, one inland with a large, loud family. Samuel stayed in the town of his marriage because every street held some layer of a shared life. The tea shop where Miriam once waited in the rain, the fabric store where she argued cheerfully over curtain hems, the path by the canal where they walked on evenings too warm for cooking. After she died, Samuel threw himself more deeply into repair work and temple service. He fixed hanging lanterns, oiled door hinges, copied donation receipts in tidy script, swept the side path, and patched the torn cushions in the meditation hall. The monks appreciated him. Visitors nodded gratefully when he adjusted a broken latch or steadied a loose bench. He became quietly a pillar. Pillars are admired for holding weight. No one asks if stone grows tired. Samuel would have said his evening temple visits were devotional, and they were. He lit incense, bowed, sat in the back hall, listening to the bell, and let memory soften in the dimness. But devotion was not the whole story. The temple also gave him a way to remain occupied by goodness, to postpone entering his empty house too early, to stay useful after business hours, to fill the spaces where loneliness might otherwise speak plainly. Even prayer can become a refuge from honesty if we use it only to remain busy inside holiness. One rainy season, the temple roof began leaking along the east cloister. Samuel took the matter personally. He inspected tiles, fetched tarps, climbed ladders he was a little too old to trust, and spent 3 evenings in damp clothes making temporary repairs before the roofer could come. "Please leave the higher work," one monk told him. Samuel smiled. "I have steady feet." This was not entirely true. His left ankle sometimes stiffened without warning. He had dizzy spells if he stood too fast. His doctor had gently mentioned slowing down, a suggestion Samuel filed beside many other reasonable ideas he did not plan to follow soon. The rain continued all week. Water drummed on the tiles, overflowed the courtyard basin, and fell in silver strings from the eaves. Samuel spent longer hours at the shop too, because storm season always brought in broken lamps and clocks, damp from leaks. By Friday, his eyes felt gritty from close work, and his lower back ached whenever he bent over the bench. Still, after closing, he went to the temple with a coil of rope and a canvas sheet to secure one last vulnerable section near the side hall. The courtyard was empty except for one novice, sweeping water away from the threshold with a long broom that seemed mostly symbolic against the rain. "You should not be climbing tonight," the novice said. Samuel gave the patient smile old men use when being warned by the young. "I won't be long." He crossed under the eaves, shoes leaving dark prints on the stone. Rain smell rose from the courtyard, cool and mineral, mixed with wet wood and incense gone faint. At the corner of the east cloister he looked up. Water was indeed finding its way beneath a lifted tile edge. He set the ladder. As he climbed, the novice hovered below with visible concern. Samuel felt mildly irritated by it. Concern to someone accustomed to being competent can feel like interference. He reached the upper rung, stretched one arm with the canvas sheet, and for a moment everything seemed manageable. Then dizziness came. Not enough to throw him, enough to hollow out the world for one dangerous second. He clutched the ladder and went still. Rain hissed on the roof. Water dripped from the eaves onto his sleeve. Somewhere in the courtyard, the novice called his name. Samuel climbed down very slowly. At the bottom, he tried to wave off the fuss, but his face must have betrayed him because the novice guided him at once to the cloister bench beneath the eaves and said, "Sit, please." Samuel sat. Rain fell a hand's breadth beyond the shelter line, a clear curtain between dry stone and wet courtyard.
The fig tree leaves shivered darkly. The bell rope stirred in the wind. "I am only tired," Samuel said. The novice nodded. Yes. There was something almost comical in the lack of argument. No diagnosing, no reassuring, just yes. Only tired. Samuel watched rain gather at one corner of the tile and release, gather, and release. His breathing slowed. The dizziness passed, but a more unsettling feeling remained. He did not know how to go home and do nothing. For years he had arranged every evening so that by the time he turned the key in his door, he would be too worn to feel the full size of the quiet inside. Repair, sweep, copy, patch, bow, wipe, close, stack, carry, check. If he moved through the hours with enough purpose, loneliness became a dim room at the end of a corridor instead of a voice sitting at his table. But now the body had interrupted the arrangement. He sat under the eaves, unable to keep climbing, unable to pretend usefulness was inexhaustible, and saw with painful clarity that even his good deeds had been partly enlisted into a campaign against stillness. After some time, the abbot, a lean monk with a face lined by both laughter and discipline, approached with 2 towels and a thermos. "You are making the rain feel overworked," the abbot said dryly. Samuel managed a weak smile. The abbot sat beside him and poured tea into the thermos lid. Steam rose between them. "How long have you been tired?" Samuel almost answered with the day. The week, the roof, the shop. Instead, he heard the larger question inside the smaller one. "How long have you been tired?" He looked out at the rain curtain. "A long time." The abbot handed him the tea. "From work?" Samuel wrapped both hands around the warm metal cup. "From not wanting to stop." The abbot nodded as if hearing something unsurprising and tender. "In meditation," he said after a while, "people often think wandering is the problem, but clinging is the heavier thing, especially clinging to roles that once saved us." Samuel listened. "You became useful to survive grief," the abbot said. "Perhaps useful even before grief. It is a noble shape. But if you never step out of it, you begin to believe you are loved only in that form." Rain fell harder for a minute, then softened. Samuel thought of his shop, of Miriam's empty chair in the back room where she once sorted receipts, of the temple lanterns he repaired, of the relief he felt whenever someone handed him a broken object, because then at least he knew what to do with his hands. "I tell myself service is good," he said. "It is good. Then why does it make me so tired?" The abbot smiled faintly. "Because service is good. Self-erasure is not the same thing." Samuel bowed his head. There, under the eaves, with rain drawing silver lines around the courtyard, he felt a grief he had kept diluted by work begin to gather properly at last. Not theatrical grief, not fresh, though it was old. A clean sorrow for Miriam, for the years without her, for the quiet house, for his own frightened habit of outrunning emptiness by remaining the one who fixes. Tears came. Slow, almost dignified tears, as if even now he did not wish to inconvenience anyone. The abbot pretended to study the rain. After a time he said, "In the old teachings, even monks are told to care for the body as a borrowed cart, useful, fragile, not to be worshipped, not to be neglected." Samuel gave a small, tired laugh. "I repair carts worse than I care for my own." Yes. The abbot sipped his tea. Many generous people do. When the rain thinned, the novice returned to say the side hall buckets were holding well enough until morning. Samuel half rose from the bench, ready to resume work from reflex. The abbot touched his sleeve. "No more ladders tonight." Samuel settled again. It felt like defeat for one breath, then, unexpectedly, like mercy.
He remained beneath the eaves until twilight turned the courtyard blue-gray. Water still dripped from tile to stone. Frogs began somewhere beyond the wall. The temple lamps glowed one by one in the corridor. No one asked him to fix anything else. When he finally went home, he did something he had not done in years. He entered the house before he was exhausted. The rooms were quiet. Miriam's teacup no longer stood where it once had. Yet the shelf that had held it seemed to remember. Samuel lit a small lamp in the sitting room and sat in his chair without turning on the radio, without opening an account book, without sorting repair tags. Loneliness came, yes, but it did not devour him. It sat nearby like an old stray animal, wary and sad. He sat with it. On the table lay a watch he had meant to finish polishing. He left it untouched. Outside, rain ticked softly from the gutters. The chair cushion held his weight. His own breathing filled the room where, for years, he had tried to avoid hearing it too clearly. In that plain evening, he understood something age had been offering for a long time. Rest is not the opposite of devotion. Sometimes it is devotion stripped of performance. The next week, Samuel shortened his temple evenings. He taught the novice how to oil the lantern hinges instead of doing it all himself. He closed the shop an hour earlier on Thursdays. He sat in the meditation hall some nights without carrying a single tool. The monks noticed, but did not comment beyond small, approving silences. Once, during a light rain, he stood under the eaves again and watched water fall beyond the shelter line. He no longer saw only repairs needing attention. He saw rhythm, gathering and release, weight and letting go. The roof did not cling to every drop. It guided the water down. That image stayed with him. A life, too, may be asked to guide rather than grip. And perhaps an old tired soul may still learn, even late, that being a shelter does not require becoming stone. The night is nearly all the way around us now. Somewhere a kitchen is dark at last. Somewhere a road by the river has gone still beneath mist. Somewhere an upstairs room stands with its door half open and no one rushing in to smooth the final wrinkle. Somewhere a ledger has been closed, though not every page of life can be balanced. Somewhere rows of bare trees wait without apology for spring. Somewhere a ferry rests against the dock, ropes slack, deck emptied of the day's weight. Somewhere a hospital bench holds a folded blanket and the warmth left behind by a body that finally went home to sleep. Somewhere rain falls from temple eaves in patient lines, and no one climbs the ladder tonight. If you have listened this far, perhaps you have recognized yourself in more than one of these people. In Anna, who kept doing small things because stopping felt too exposed. In Thomas, who could not imagine worth apart from labor. In Grace, who turned grief into constant tending. In Michael, who tried to hold back uncertainty with columns and correction. In Helen, who gave trees wiser limits than she gave herself. In David, who made carrying everything look like love. In Lucy, who confused sleep deprivation with devotion. In Samuel, who even used goodness to avoid coming home too early to silence. Maybe your own version looks different. Maybe you answer everyone quickly so no one will be disappointed. Maybe you keep the house in order because disorder feels like danger. Maybe you keep performing steadiness for family, for work, for the memory of someone you lost. Maybe you lie down at night with your body aching and still feel somehow that you have not yet earned the right to soften. If so, I do not want to offer you a bright slogan. Tired hearts do not trust bright slogans, and they are right not to. I only want to place one gentle thought beside you, the way someone might place a blanket over sleeping shoulders without waking the sleeper too much. Rest is not always a reward for finishing. Often it is the condition that reminds a living being it was never a machine to begin with. The moon does not ask the lake to prove its usefulness before laying a path of light across it. Night does not visit only the worthy houses. Trees do not blossom by refusing winter. A ferry does not cross better because it never docks. A lamp burns out if it is treated as if oil were shameful. And the human heart, that tender, overworked creature, does not become more noble by being denied every softness it needs. In Buddhist life, there is a quiet respect for limits, not because limits are glorious, but because they are true. Breath enters and leaves, day rises and falls, bodies wake and tire. Grief comes, love comes, work comes, illness comes, weather comes. None of these ask our permission. We suffer more when we make war on the simple laws of being alive. To rest, then, is not to abandon responsibility.
It is to stop demanding that your body and spirit pay endless rent for the right to exist. Maybe tonight that does not mean solving everything. Maybe it means leaving one message unanswered until morning. Maybe it means letting the cup stay in the sink. Maybe it means not rehearsing every conversation again beneath the blankets. Maybe it means placing your burdens, if only for a little while, beside the bed instead of carrying them under the covers like contraband. Maybe it means saying with no audience at all, enough for tonight, not enough forever, not enough to satisfy every fear, only enough for tonight. That is sometimes the bravest mercy a weary person can practice. Because when you have lived a long time, by proving, by carrying, by anticipating, by enduring, gentleness can feel more frightening than strain. Strain is familiar. Gentleness asks trust. It asks you to believe that the world may continue for a few hours without your constant inward supervision. And perhaps it will. The bread will wait to be sliced. The bill will wait to be opened. The floor will hold its crumbs. The rain will finish falling without your witness. The people you love will remain loved even while you sleep. The self you have neglected will still be there too, waiting not to accuse you, but simply to be included among the beings that deserve compassion. If you can, feel the bed under you now, or the chair, or the pillow against your neck. Feel how ordinary the support is. It does not ask what you accomplished today. It does not ask whether you pleased everyone. It does not ask if you carried enough. It simply holds you because that is what it is there to do. Perhaps rest can be like that, not a prize at the end of moral perfection, just a place that holds a tired being for a while, just a dark field where nothing needs to bloom before dawn, just a bench beneath the eaves while rain passes, just a kitchen finally without light, just a road where even strong legs may stop, just an orchard in winter, alive under stillness, just one human life, no longer trying to earn what living things were made to receive. So if your thoughts are still busy, let them busy themselves a little longer without following each one. If your chest is tight, let it be tight for now, without turning that into one more task. If sorrow is near, let it sit nearby like a bowl on the table. It does not have to be emptied tonight. If guilt appears and says you should have done more, you do not have to fight it loudly. You may simply answer, perhaps not even in words, the way the dark earth answers winter. Not now. Now is for stillness. Now is for unclenching the hand around the day's invisible tools. Now is for the long exhale of no longer performing usefulness in an empty room. Now is for the creature in you that has worked very hard to be good, to be needed, to be dependable, to be strong, let that creature rest. It has carried enough voices, it has stood enough watches, it has walked enough roads after weather, it has kept enough lights burning. Tonight, it does not need to earn its place in the dark. Tonight, if only for the space between one breath and the next, it may simply belong there. And if sleep comes, let it come like quiet rain on a roof that no longer needs climbing. If sleep delays, let the waiting itself be softer than before. Either way, stay here a little while longer in the gentle unfinishedness of night. Nothing more is required from you to be held by it. Good night.
you.